Yo, what's going on, boys? Welcome back to another day of typing stuff out on the keyboard. I last left off trying to do AI and getting kind of shitty about it because I was like, you know what, this old state machine don't feel quite right, and I went on like a big kind of rabbit hole of like, hey, maybe we do a bit of goal-oriented action planning. Hey, maybe that's the solution. And then I had a chat with my mates, and they basically backhanded me. They're like, bro, just do the simple thing, man. The finite state machine's gonna work. And I was like, you know what? Probably true. Probably true. So I put that back in. I like tweaked it a little bit, make it feel a little bit nicer. And yes, it's unruly, but at the same time, it kind of just works. And I don't see it being too much of an issue. Like, it's a bit messy, but I can live with it. So what I want to do now, we've basically just got Gobby back in the game, running around. If we leave his aggro, he'll sit there and he'll just kind of wander around. But yeah, all the functionality's back in. He'll come up, attack, fucking punch him down and end his life. And yeah, let me disable those fucking hitboxes. I need to put that as like a debug flag thing that I can edit. That would be nice. So what I think I'm gonna do straight away today is pretty much get in the Skellington, which is just gonna be another little temporary little dude running around to give the demo a bit more spice than just the gobbies. Even though I reckon they're basically gonna have the exact same like functionality state. So I'm thinking like we just rip this guy out. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Give me like 10 seconds. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is literally just slap in. Where is Gobby? Gobby is here. Let's just slap in Skelly. Skelly! Skelly! I'm just gonna call him Skelly. I'm gonna change Goblin to Gobby. How things should be. And they're both monsters, so we're gonna loop over the monsters instead. Like we could completely do like a different thing, but it would literally just be me copy and pasting this. Yeah, so we'll loop over the monsters. Change this to Gobby. There we go. Let's see. What is this? Oh, this is the Goblin attack. Damage entity. Why are we passing in? Oh, they're the damage props. Okay, that makes sense. What was I saying? Well, first of all, let's just create the skelly dude. So it'll be very similar to create Gobby. Only instead of Gobby, we will put Skelly. And instead of Gob Idol, we will do Skelly. Oh, we won't even set the sprites here. Fuck you, bitch. We don't need to. And that should just be about it. Yeah. Change this to create Skelly, of course. Skelly? Skelly like that or Skelly spelled like that? It's kind of meant to be spelled like that because then you just go ton on the end, you know? Yeah, something really matters. Skelly. There we go. Alright, let's knock it into full screen. That's how you know shit's real. So I was thinking we could literally just do like a variable on that, right? Depending on like whether it's a Skelly or Goblin, because they should have, we'll just make them have the same names. So Gob attack, Gob death, Gob hurt, Gob idle, Gob run. Yeah, we'll just do the same things here. So, which attack do we want to use? It's got like 3 different attacks. That's where he's throwing something. We're not gonna do that. Ooh, we could make him ranged. That would add a lot more spice. Just like a hint of spice, you know? Just a hint. Probably want to duplicate it out then, if I'm changing behavior that drastically. What is he doing? He's like, yeah, he's throwing his sword. Okay. What's he do once the sword's thrown? Does he just perish? Like what? Magically get the sword back? We could do that. Blocks with a shield. Interesting. I don't want to get like too in the weeds of this, but it could be interesting. We could also just move on to not doing the Skelly and like just get the gameplay going with just the Gobby and then get the Skelly in, because then I'd have like a more clear idea of like, okay, what gaps do we need to fill in the gameplay, in the combat, to make things feel a bit more alive, instead of just like rushing to put the Skelly in now, because there's no real reason. Like, we just be good enough with this guy. Like, Minecraft's still fun if you just got the zombies, you know. Granted, the creeper, and that's what really makes it. So that's probably like a good idea to shoot for then. Make an enemy kind of like iconic, like the creep, you know, where you just shit yourself every time you see one, because you're like, oh no, is it gonna blow up my base? Ah, is it gonna leave a big ugly hole in the ground that I have to cover with dirt because I'm fucking OCD as shit? Who knows? You know what I could do? Quick side note. Probably like take this video right here, last 10 minutes, right? You could chop it down into its essence and upload that each day. Could also upload the VOD. It'd kind of just be like the highlights I was doing a while back. I don't know. It could be interesting. Like, once I'm done with the work session, I just flip in edit mode and I just sit there and like edit the video. It could be fun. Food for thought. Food for thought. I might try it out today and see what happens. Because I was thinking of like, okay, how about instead of editing, I just like do this and just use this kind of like manually to edit, right? But that's too cumbersome. That's like too much fucking brain work, right? I don't want to be thinking about editing whilst I'm working. I don't know. Figure it out later. Yeah, so put Skelly in now. Put Skelly in later. To be fair, it's not going to be that hard to literally just copy out the gobby and adjust as needed. Do this one more time for another monster, then figure out if we can extract stuff. Abstract stuff. Stief. That seems like a good play. When I come back to it, I'm going to know exactly where I'm at. So we can just move on from this task without really incurring too much of a hit context-wise, which is always good. Oh, deadlines. If only I ever hit them. Well, I'm going to be moving into a new place very soon, so I'm going to be in a bit of a transition period. I guess just over the weekend, so probably be back to work Monday. And then probably get it done by the 4th. It's like 3 weeks. And then we'll start shipping the prototype. Or the demo. Whatever you want to call it. I'm calling it like the V-Slice prototype. This is basically going to be like a vertical slice of the game, but like a prototype of that vertical slice, so it's not really a vertical slice because it's not going to be like polished. It's like a vertical slice of the gameplay. Like the raw gameplay. With minimal polish, like feedback. There's like different layers of things, right? Like you kind of need like a minimum amount of polish, but I don't really call that polish. I kind of think of that as like necessary for the game, like feedback. For example, like this right here, like there's no fucking sound. There's like no sound on the hit. We kind of need like some kind of little sound. Polish would probably be like particles after that, right? I mean, I guess there's enough feedback just with the hit alone, but I kind of want to do sound as well. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. What are we doing? Enemy spawning behavior. Right, okay, so the whole reason I went down this path was because I wanted to get enemies spawning in. So we can see from this. From this, if we increase the monster count to 10, then we'll have a bunch of little gobbies running around just fucking wreaking havoc. Look at them go. Look at them go, mate. Awesome. So then they're just gonna like pull up and start trying to fuck ya. And then you just clap them. Interesting. It didn't kill me. Why aren't I dead? Are we not inflicting damage? What's going on? What's going on here, boss? Right. What I did was I basically overrid the the entry for the damage state. So we have to manually enter into this state now. So if player dot damage alpha is equal to 1, then set state damaged. So that should give us death back. Yep, there we go. Just got sandwiched, bro. Yeah, I think editing these highlights for the day would probably be a good idea. We'll have to wait and see towards the end of the day how I feel about it. Because I'm in like a high energy mood right now. And if there's anything I've learned, it's that making decisions in high energy Randy mode does not necessarily make a low energy mode Randy very happy. Okay, so what I want to do here, we've got gobbies spawning in everywhere. I guess now would be a good time just to like hone in on the combat, right? Like, because obviously you don't just want to walk up and punch him like this. Like, this is just, I say it's too easy, but I just died, you know? It just doesn't feel very nice at the moment, so I want to try and make it feel better. How am I gonna do that? First of all, we kind of want to just get the, Jesus Christ, it's so fucking loud. We kind of want to get the sword back in and working, because right now it's broken AF. So that, I feel like that's probably like step 1. Okay, tree's broken now as well. Gotta love just breaking the shit out of things. Gotta love it, you know? Yeah. Maybe we'll play some games to try and get a feel for like what the combat should be like. In fact, I wonder if I've got... let me boot up Steam. So I remember I want the combat to be like Shadow of War, Shadow of Mordor. Like simple, like it's friendly, but it feels good, you know. Like it just slips you into a trance of just like clicking buttons on the mouse, and it feels kind of good. So I wonder, yeah, I do have Shadow of Mordor. Okay. Should I just install it? We'll play a little bit of it to get a feel for it. Did I see it went up? Yep, let's do it. Alright. So I'll come back to that. Kind of want to like take to the blackboard. What do we need? Like, what do I actually need for this demo? What is necessary? Actually, that was kind of perfect. Start from scratch. Alright. Platform. Player. Monster. Ominous cubes. What do we actually need for this to be a game? Well, I need to actually hone in on the first moments. Like, okay, chop down tree, build wall, blah, 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 blah. Need to get the day-night cycle in and feeling better. Because right now, it's It's kind of icky. Like, it's a bunch of small tasks to really just glue everything together. You need to have mob drops. So you're collecting something from the monsters you're killing. Also just need to make combat feel better. I think I probably want to focus on the day-night cycle first. So... Ooh, okay. I was kind of talking about the waves in the last one. But I'll just re-explain it here. Basically, there's gonna be little monsters, right? That just spawn during the nighttime, kind of like Minecraft. And they're not necessarily gonna aggro you unless you go in range. But what I want to do is basically have, like, say after 5 nights or something, it turns into a blood moon, kind of like Terraria, I think does this. And then you're essentially defending against waves of enemies, and they are like actively attacking your base. So I think what I want to do, well, let's just get the ambient kind of vibes going for the day-night cycle. I wanted to do this, but like I don't know, Trello just doesn't feel right to me. Despite me using it for years. Like it just, something doesn't feel right. Like there's too much to look at right now. Overwhelmed. It's almost like you need to make a new to-do list every single day. Like have a blank page every single day. Let's just bring up the old notebook then. Trusty old notebook. Ugh. You guys can't see this though, but tough titties. Tough titties. Okay. What I want to do today, that is the question. So I would really like to hone in on the day-night cycle, get that going proper. Proper day/night cycle. So with that, probably want to do slider for testing, so I can adjust it. And then, what else do I want to do? You know what, let's just fucking put these as check boxes. Slider for testing. And then I just want to dial in the LUTs. Dial in LUTs. Man, I need to shave. My fucking mustache is getting unruly. Dial in the LUTs. And then conditional monster spawning. Okay. So just get the monster spawning during the night basically and have it look like night and feel kind of nice. Then after that, Like, that'll probably be today. I mean, it should only take a couple hours, to be honest. I say that, but it'll probably take me 6. Knowing how things go. After that, I kind of want to do... What? Should probably work on the waves. Well... Ah, fucking hell. Just fucking... scrape myself with my pen. Oh, sad. The thing is, there's a bunch of different jumping off points that I could do. Like, at any given moment, I could work on so many different things. Like, it's kind of nuts. So there's kind of a branch here. After that, I could work on the combat, or I could work on the waves coming in. The waves coming in are probably kind of dependent on the combat, because we'd kind of want to dial in, like... I don't know, man. Like, we could also almost... just, like, force aggro for all the gobbies spawning in. And that's how we could test out the waves. Yeah. So that's probably what I want to do after that, is just hone in on the combat. Like, we'll force aggro on all of them, and then make sure it feels nice with, like, say, 5 enemies on the screen at once. And just do all the things, like spacing them out properly, just giving some kind of collective intelligence to the group as opposed to the individual. Or just like try and do that really, really simply, like dead simple. And have it knock down the walls. Yeah. Anyway, that I'm getting way too far ahead of myself. That's like the one issue with me, like sitting down here to try and fucking write out tasks, is like I'll just write out literally every single task I have to do and then just get overwhelmed again. So let's just focus on this one. Let's get the proper day-night cycle in. That's it right there. Yeah, tasks. Let's go. Onwards. Okay, I kind of need to like set this down right here so I'm looking at it at all times and I know what to do, because it's very easy to get derailed and just forget what's going on, which I do a lot. So proper day-night cycle. Proper day-night cycle. So slider for testing. Fuck out of here. Why are they just kind of running into me? I mean, I guess that was the whole point of giving them the wandering mechanic, so they could accidentally stumble across you and then kind of trickle in like this. So that's actually working pretty well. Kind of happy about that. Yeah, anyway, let's get the slider going. So up here, I was using that. Ooh. What I want to do is I want to figure out how to collapse these into groups. I just died while I was trying to explain something. Thanks a lot, Mr. Gobby. Fucking piece of shit. What I want to do is collapse that debug. That debug UI. Tweaks UI, whatever you want to call it. Call it debug. I basically want to collapse all of these into like a group, like you know how you have like a drop down and you can like click on it and it just collapses the whole thing. I basically want to do that. Go away. These guys are distracting. So let's just put that to there. And then not really doing any more state stuff for now, so we'll get rid of all these bookmarks. There we go. So yeah, I basically want to do I don't even know what to call it, like a fold thing, like a group. Not too sure. Alrighty, so I just had a little peepsy weepsy at how Ryan's done it, and he's just called it an expander. And it's pretty straightforward. It's literally just fucking it's literally just an if statement, right? That's all it is. So we could probably do something similar. So say like, I don't know, if expander, something like that. We want to stop prefixing stuff with like UI, because like just calling label, you know, it's not exactly the best. But anyway, how's Shadow Mortal doing? Chugging along at the speed of light, mate. It's gonna take a while. So yeah, let's put that in here. So we'll add a new little widget thingy. Expanded, so this will be the bool. And then we'll just have the classic string name. And we'll want to return a bool and the signal, right? Probably want to adjust whether it's expanded or not. I don't know. Because you've got to store the state somewhere. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So I'll basically do the same thing, kind of like the float, like the slider. I guess. So probably won't make any child stuff. Draw field, clickable, will also go dot draw text. And this box will just display whatever it needs to display. Kind of want to add like whether or not it's expanded or not. And we'll just use like plus and minus for now. So I don't really know how that's gonna go, like, because we kind of need to change that on the fly. So almost need to have a separate string for the display, which I believe I've kind of done already. Like in the label. Like we get a key. Yeah, we almost do want to separate them here. Like, we want like a temporary display string. Key, name. Right. So key and name are kind of different. So this gets added every frame, right? The key's a hash, the name is like the full thing. But what if we were to add another one? This is very confusing. Display name. Called display string. And that could just be a temporary thing, each frame. So if it doesn't have a display string, it'll look for the name. I don't know. It seems kind of jank, but should be good enough. Okay. So go box dot display string is going to be equal to I think as we kind of want to just grab it from here. Already? So if it's expanded, we'll do that. If it's not, then we'll have a little plus button to click, which should be good. So we'll see if that works. I don't know. Like text. It's like different levels of involvement. It's like, yo, if you want a custom display string, just fucking pop it in, bro. Just pop it in. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. So we'll just say box dot display string is equal to that. Make it empty. And then when we go to render, I don't know why I'm scrolling with my mouse. When we go to render right here, we'll basically go display string from box. We'll change this to be display string from box name. Getting unruly. A little bit unruly. It's okay. We like that. So we'll go if is equal to that, then string is equal to that, else string is equal to box dot display string. So if it's empty, We'll try and infer it from the name. It's not, then we'll just reuse what we've been told to do, like a good boy. Sweet. So, basically want to go like if sig dot clicked, then expand result expanded. Then expanded result is equal to, just invert the expanded, return the expand result and the signal, and that should be our little UI expander. So we'll put everything in here. Oops. There we go. And we'll say, we'll call this like world gen. Let's see if it works. Not quite. Not quite, not quite. Kind of need to be apparent, right? Because we're passing in true all the time, so that's kind of sussy. Also, this button needs to go in here as well. Alright, so that should make things nice. Yep. So we got this guy up here. And we need to basically have this as state. Now, probably best that we store it ourselves instead of trying to force that into the UI. Question mark, question mark. Yes. Because if we wanted to like be friendly and serialize it out, then that'd be a lot easier if we're handling it. So I'd say we put that in the game state somewhere. App state, I think. Nope. Where do we want to put this? This is kind of like a setting almost. Preferences, question mark. What am I calling this? Expander world gen. We kind of want to like do this, right? Like that kind of pattern. There we go. Look at that. Yeah! So now that's gonna just be hidden by default and we don't have to worry about it. And we can keep adding in new kind of debug controls, which would be good. I could probably want to indent this as well a little bit. So we could do that. How? How would I indent that? I could put it all into a row. So we could go auto column, sorry. Is that gonna keep things the same? Yep. And then I could basically go actually we could go auto row and then spacer like 1 EM. Yeah. Now that's bit fucking munted in it. So to fix that, push pref width percent of parent. Okay, we want these guys to bend. So push width. So to get these guys bending, we could basically just place that like that, but I don't think that's really what I'm after here. Probably want to do it here. So those can be resized. Maybe not. Percent parent. Strictness. Yeah, the strictness should be 0. It is right. Just don't know why that's not being taken into account over here. Why it's not squishing it down. Strange. Or maybe because of the column? I don't know. Something like that. There we go. So the column was, or the row, I don't know exactly which one it was. Set next pref. With probably the row. No, the column. Maybe even the spacer. I don't know. Yeah, right, okay. So the spacer's having issues. Because 1 EM by default is giving us a strictness of 1. Which should just work. Okay, well that's just going to collapse it, which obviously isn't what we want. We want the strictness of 1. I think it's actually both the row and the column that's fucking things up. What is happening here? What is happening? Push pref width. Ah, that's what's happening. We're being silly fucking gooses up here. My bad. My bad. There we go. Much better. Sweet. Do we want 1 EM? Maybe we'll put like 1.5 for good measure. There we go. Sweet. Okay, so now that position's fucked. Interesting. Huh. What are the joys of writing your own UI system? That should be like a relatively easy fix. Fingers crossed. Slider. Okay, what do we got? Float alpha. Yeah, it might be not taking into account the position. I don't know. Screen mouse to cardinal.x. Yeah, we might want to use like a different rect, because that is pre-fix up for the transforms. For the rect or whatever the fuck you want to call it. What if umming and ahhing going on? It's just what we do, you know? Whole life is one big and ah. Like at the point that we're at, the builder, we kind of want just last frames rect, last rect, last. Computed rect. So then when we get to that stage in like around here, we basically just cache it. Just rect based on pivot. Center, yeah. Root, rect. I would say right here is where we right after this. So we go child.rect, child.last computed rect is equal to this, right? So that'll just update it. And then if we use the computed rect, that should give us the correct slider. I am hoping. I am hoping. No, it's not. Which is interesting. You'd think it would. But there's something else going on entirely, apparently. Right, this should be cached anyway. Like that should just work because it's cached from the last frame. So making a adjustment there isn't gonna do any difference. It's gonna make a difference. Okay. Okay. Gonna be tricky, do ya? Well, it's definitely got something to do with the fact that it's like that's being like spaced in, right? Because it's no, like it's not shifting. Like it's still okay, the 0 looks fine. At 0, 0 it's fine. But then once it gets to the max, that's when shit hits the bed. Which makes me wonder. Really does. What do we got? Like, it's not stupid enough to think that it's actually hovering. So it's just a calculation issue on my end. So let's see if we can fix that. I mean, well, when I render, this is when the hot and active effects are coming into play. Draw active, draw hot. No, it's not actually. Okay, that's reassuring. Signal from box is where things are coming into play. Mouse hover. Range contains. I'm just doing my calculations wrong. It's gotta be, right? X, min, max, and clamp. Min, max. Ooh, maybe I'm doing this part wrong. In fact, that might actually be the play. What is this alpha? If it's 0 to 1, I'm gonna flip. 0, 1. Yep, I'm doing this part wrong, of course. Of course, the one time I try and fucking just bang out an equation without thinking about it, I get it wrong. Alright, what am I doing here? The minimum. Slide of val, minimum plus max take min. Max take. Why would that be a thing? Alright, that's a slide of value. Okay. And then the bar alpha, I'm basing off the slide of value, which is probably silly. I don't know. What does the slide of value come out to? Like, float alpha value. Like the bar alpha should be not that. It should be that, right? Well, if we run that, then no, that's fucked. Okay. Tom angry. The mass alpha is fine. Can we agree on that? Can we agree on that? I literally just checked, but I'm just like triple checking. Zero. 1. We're all good. We're all Gucci, okay? So stop being a silly goose and do it properly. Ooh, maybe that's the key here, because it's going percent apparent and thinking that its parent is bigger than it is. Bazinga. So we could just change this to pixels. Or we could make the parent be better. One of the two. One of the two. I'm inclined to say pixels, because then we're not relying on the parent. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Yeah, we'll just say pixels. So we'll go... range size of box.rect, right? Times it by bar alpha. There is the money shot, baby. Oh yeah. We back. Back in action. Alright, now that's sorted. Bug fixed. End of the world avoided. Back to it. So, the whole reason I wanted to do that was so I could just make another section and call it a day. So, what even was I doing? I'll just, I don't know, call this MISC. Dumpy. Expanded dumpy. Yeah. Dumpy. Alright, alright, alright. Probably want to formalize this a bit better, but... Yes. Yes. Alright, so we got the dumpy tab. Excellent. And we're going to make the dumpy tab open by default, just to save time. Okay. And we're also going to put the dumpy tab up the top. Because that's where the dumpy tab belongs. So we're going to expand it and we'll be like, damn, we got some shit in here, let's go. Except we don't. Yet. What a column, what a row. Set. Next pref height. I wonder if we could size by children. We can size by children. Cool. That is the way to go. Actually, I want to make sure that works over here as well. Which it might not. It does work. Okay, we're good. We're good. Definitely need to probably pull this out a little bit. Like the indentation level. Yeah, not too sure about that. I guess I could have like a widget that kind of wraps things around. And like basically pushes this. Figure it out later. Minor things. So what I want to do in here is basically do a slider. Which will be... World day cycle. current min max name. So that's the current. The min is 0, the max is the cycle length, and the name is going to be day/9 cycle. So now, oh yeah, it's going to be changing. Let me just like click around and basically change the day-night cycle. Like once it goes all the way up to there, it's just gonna, if it'll ever get there. You can do it. You can do it. I believe. Yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be cool. Whee! So let's make this feel decent. So I want to re-enable the LUTs. LUT time, baby. And I'll get rid of the mouse cycle override because we don't even need that anymore. Oh, okay. I should start putting all these into the debug. Yeah. Yeah. That way I can change it on the fly. Disable cycle lots. Okay, so what I basically want to do is put these guys in some kind of like, okay, I want to try something out. What should I call it? Config? Debug config. Because we can't do the hash if that's the case. Because then it's going to be dynamic. So, what do I do here? Just do this later. Okay, so debug config, disable cycle lots. Okay. So what I want to do is basically have a debug config, or even just a config, right? Disable cycle lots. Right? And then I just want to start moving all this stuff over there. I'll just do it slowly, as I need it. But if we go into here, and this could be in the preferences, so we go config, let's call it config, why not? This is where you put the volume and shit and everything, you know? Probably not. Probably just call this the debug config. Because it's more of like, the player's never going to see this, so... expand a world gen, expand a dumpy, this would go on there. In fact, now this is getting cray cray. You could even like basically write out this entire struct and mark it up with certain things like at category ligma, and then like that would put it into its expander and it just auto-generate everything. But that's kind of getting ahead of ourselves. That's kind of getting a bit excessive. Maybe later. Debug config. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just use that. Okay. If I'm literally compiling the entire thing just so I can get the next error. That's fucking hilarious. Alright. So now that that's in, we should have that moved over nicely. Cool. Next up, what I want to do here is config. Do we want this in there? Probably not, actually. So I'll call this debug config. And what I'm going to do is literally... yeah, I mean, that's kind of like a... Yeah, why not? Let's basically just loop over everything in the debug config. So, do a bit of Jai magic, and I have no idea how the fuck to loop over variables. Like parameters, I mean, struct members. Today's the day I learn how to iterate over struct members. I've saved this somewhere. I think this is the day the graveyard becomes useful for once. Surely. Oh. Oh. Look at that. Exactly what I needed. Type info. Okay. Debug info. Debug config. Probably want to expand it. Look at that. Look at all that fucking juicy runtime type information. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited. Shadow of War, still chugging along. Good stuff, bro. Good stuff. I'm using my fucking phone data again, aren't I? God damn it. God fucking damn it, bro. Come on, man. You know better than that. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. But shut up. Who said you could talk? We're back. That's why it's taking so long. Now we should be faster. There we go. What better? Luckily, I've got unlimited here. Otherwise, that would be bad. Okay. So now that we've got the juiced up type info, what does this return? It's hard to see because it's a inbuilt Jai thing. I guess we'll just do it the old-fashioned way, eh? The old-fashioned way meaning let's just actually debug it. 556. 556. 556. Hello? Why are you so munted? What is happening here? Hello? Something to do with weird formatting. Yeah. Probably tabs. Probably spaces instead of tabs. That'll do it. Okay. Boop. Let's crack you open. So, got type info, saying it's a struct, right? What I want to do is ideally the end game here for the UI is literally just go UI edit struct, right? And then just pass it in, and then it'll just fucking everything in it. Which I'm thinking we just do that. Let's just skip straight to the end game. Why not? So that's the type, right? And then we'll also want to pass in st.debug config, make a pointer to it. In fact, we can just infer the type from it. That's nuts. That'll just let us edit the struct. That's gonna be sick. Oh, that's gonna be fucking sick. No way, bro. No way. So what I want to do here is say pointer to struct, pointer to a T, a little bit of polymorphism. Okay. So then what I want to do is what I just did out here, which is the type info. Okay. Type info of T. Alright, and then we're gonna go ham. So of course we're just gonna can this be constant? Well, we could just like run it. Constant, and then we'll just run this. Probs not, bro. Probs not. I don't really know what I'm trying to do here, but figure it out. Okay, well, we do need to exit out of this. kind of want to do is like, well, I guess if we're passing a T here, I guess it kind of has to be a struct. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. Assert. Can we do this? Dot type equal dot struct. Yes, we can. Sweet. Okay. Just to you know, make sure, right? Okay. So then we'll go. That's step 1. Step 2 is 898 in IMUI. 898. For info.members. Something like that. Sweet. Okay, so we've got info. We've got a name for everything. Tell you what. It would be nice to kind of store some arbitrary data in the UI system, like the expander state. Maybe not. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, I digress. Members. So we loop over the members, right? And each of these members will give us a new type info struct. Type info struct member. Yep. Type info struct member. Okay, and then we can get the type here. So we say, hey, it's a boolean. Okay, so now we're going to do a little checkbox thingy. Okay, so let's do that. Let us do that. So, loop over the members, and then go if it dot, fuck, what was it called again? It's the only bad thing about this. I have no idea like what the struct looks like unless I debug it. What do we got? We got type is equal to dot bool. Type info tag. That's here. Sweet. Actually, the structs are here. I just wasn't getting a autocomplete on it because this isn't here. But if we go into preload, we should have type info. Yeah, right here. Type info member struct member. Yeah. So this is it. Alright, so we've got type info. Type info tag. So now we can switch on this pretty much. So if is equal to case bool, and then the default case will just be like type not supported. So it dot type something like that, right? And this we'll need to do type info tag. dot type dot type. Okay. Sure thing, buddy. Sure thing. Right. How am I gonna get that? Hmm. Hmm. Guess we won't run it. That's fine. Doesn't really make sense to have that as compile time anyway, I think. Could be wrong, I don't know. Okay, so type not supported. So we're basically gonna get like type not supported if it fucks up. Good for now. So what do we have? Just a bunch of bulls, I guess. So far. Sable cycle lots, yep. Just literally one bull. So that's more than doable. So if it's a bull, we basically just want to do a checkbox. Alright. Now how am I going to get the thingamabob? The thingamabob. How am I going to get it, mate? How am I going to get it? That is a good question. I don't really know the answer to that. I want to get the variable. So to get the variable, you go it offset in bytes. Could be a thing. Yeah, I could just go offset in bytes and then use that to look into the struct. But then it's like, yo, how do we figure out how big it is? Then it's got the runtime size here, so that should be good. Dot type, dot runtime size, and offset in bytes will give us what we need. Okay. It dot offset in bytes. So I'll go see offset. Bail. So we'll just say like value. In fact, we could probably just go up here. It dot offset in bytes, right? We could go pointer to struct. That'll work nicely, right? And then plus equals the offset in bytes. We'll see if that works. And then we can just pass that in and just kind of assume that shit's gonna work out. So we do that. Pass in the bool and the name, which will just be like it dot. What do we got? It dot name. And we'll see if that works. Look at that. Okay. That's cool as fuck. A, because it's changing the changing the UI as well. B, not working. Which is kind of cringe. So it's clearly fucking shit up. Oh, I don't even have this functionality in. So that's why it's just returning false. Jesus. Okay. I see how it is. Yeah, this is like one of the very first widgets that I tried to do. And I fucked shit up a lot. And then I gave up. So, time to do it properly, I guess. And by properly, I mean clickable, hot effects. Oh, first things first, there's no fucking signal here. We need to get the signal. Signal from box. Okay. And then we go, yo, if sig dot clicked, then actually you probably want to do that up here. Checked res is equal to checked, right? If sig dot clicked, then checked res is equal to the inverse of checked res, which I hope I did the same way in the expander. No. Okay. Glad I caught that. It's not like it matters. It would just be 1 frame of delay. That's kind of okay. Actually, it literally only be 1 frame delay on this, but kind of want to make it a little bit better. So move that down to here, and we're gonna use the expand res. Okay, back to business. Up top here, wherever we were. Right, checked res. If sig dot clicked, then checked res is equal to the inverse of the checked res, right? And then checked here, and then we return the checked result plus the signal because, you know, we're just kind of kind, loving people. Alright, so that should give functionality to the clicky. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. It's clicky. Yay! Oh yeah. So, that is fucking sick. That is so fucking cool. Now, literally all I have to do to add new things to the UI is literally go like this. And now I've got a completely new box thingy that I can just use. Didn't have to do anything except fucking type it out in the struct. How sick is that? And we can of course extend this out to other types that aren't bools, right? Like a slider. Um, like for example, what I was doing the other day with the world jump ramps. We could literally render that. The tricky thing about the sliders is going to be the min and the max. Like, how do we define that in here? Like, we could literally go like this, you know, and just define it inline with the tags. Yeah. I don't know though. I'll figure that out later. Later. In fact, I could even do this for the entirety of game state. Like take it up a level even more and just say, hey, we're gonna loop over every single field in the game state, and if it's marked with like that, then we're gonna add it to the editable list of things to do. And we can ignore things, well, just by default, I guess, right? That's overstepping a bit. Baby steps. All I really wanted from that was this. So we got that back now. Ideally, we'd want the UI on a completely separate layer, because that's not very cache money. So I'll definitely need to do that at some point. For now, I'm just going to put up with it, since it doesn't really matter. It kind of does, because, you know, players can see the main menu, but oh well. Problem for future Randy. So, now that that's done, we can cross that off the to-do. The old to-do-y. Now I want to dial in the LUTs. I basically make the timing and shit feel nice. Before I do that, I want to make this less intrusive, because it's pretty fucking chunky at the moment. I want it to not be chunky. So how am I going to do that? Could try and make it into a window, go the I'm GUI route. Or I could literally just decrease the size and call it a day. Yep, I'm just gonna decrease the size somehow. Well, I need a new parameter, and I'm gonna call it fucking UI scale. It's gonna be interesting putting a scale on the UI. And I'm gonna say it's an int. And that's not gonna render anything yet because we don't have ints. But I'm thinking we just take that and we go something like that. And well, if we change the size of the text and we're all using EMs, that's the whole point of the EMs, which I learned recently, which is really cool. It's based on the text, so scale is based off the text. So like one EM is just like whatever the font size is, which is like 16 at the moment, I think. Font size is, yeah, right here. So I could go st.ui scale, font UI size, UI font size. Where are you? I need to put a little bookmarky on ya. There we go. I'll take that out of config. So the font size by default is 32. Just move that over there. Aha. I see a horrible use of oh god. Set next font size. I mean that's kind of what you want, right? You just also want to be able to base it off of EMs. But you can't really do that, so yeah, it kind of makes sense to just debug config. That'll be good enough for now, I think. So now we just need to be able to edit it. But I'm just going to do it manually here. So if I decrease that, is that going to shrink the UI? Yes. But a lot of things aren't using EMs, so now I'm going to just convert it to using EMs. And then we should be Gucci. So for example, the first thing I want to do is, well, let's go back to making this 32. And I want to actually make the width of the chunky boy. This guy to be in EMs instead of 8%. EM 10. A bit small. 20. Bit big. 14. Maybe 13. Maybe 12. 12 would probably be the sweet spot. There we go. Alright, so now when I scale that down, that'll be based on EMs. What else do I want to do? Pref height. Oh no, that's cool. Push pref height EM 1.5. Yes, pref height. Okay, that's a problem. So 40. We'll change this back to. In fact, I can probably get rid of that. Yep. Okay. So now when that, alright, so now, okay, to avoid the whole slider issue, what I'm going to do now is literally have a simple int slider, which will just increment and decrement, increment and decrement the integer. Which should be good enough for the time being. So instead of a int slider, what I'm going to do is int adjuster. Yeah, we're literally just going to take in a current, and there'll be 2 buttons on it, which will up or down the in, right? Also, like, I don't really know why I'm returning the signal here. Probably don't ever really need it. Okay. So it's going to be kind of similar to the checkbox, I guess. Or the slider. So we'll just grab that. Grab that. Signal from box. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, yep, yep. Except we kind of just want to... Control text. And also... Just go box.displayString, tprint, actually, ideally we would go like display. Yeah, I don't know. Just really get the display string from the box. So I would say we're just going to format it like this. So name first, and then number, which will be whatever we want it to be. Which will come towards the end, so we get better feedback. Okay, cool. Now, we don't actually want there to be a signal on the main box. So we want like 2 little buttons, right? How is that going to be achieved? I wonder. Let's make like the simplest, most scuffed thing first. Which is my specialty. Sometimes. I think what I'm going to do is just this. Okay, the signal isn't going to come from that. It's going to come from this one. This isn't going to draw any text. This is really just going to be an internal thing for me to quickly use. So make box, what I want to do is I just want to tprint a like this, and then underscore left, right? So draw fill, draw hot, active, all that kind of good stuff. And then I will go. Okay, so first I want to do set. Oh, actually, we'll probably want to do make this a row. So set next child layout axis to be along the x-axis, right? So we have a left box and a right box. Left box set next pref width equal to percent parent 50%. And this will also be 50%. So this will be the right hand box. And then we'll get signals, which is just like our input, right? Okay, and then we should be Gucci. For now, I'm just going to put that in, and then we will return the current. Cool. My bad. Right. Sick. Assuming I made no errors, let's put that in the edit struct. So if it is a case dot integer, we're gonna have to figure out the type of it, but for now I'm just gonna assume that it's it's just a default int. Int adjuster, so we'll pass in that guy, and a name, which is the it.name. Should be fine. Probably want to like hash it eventually, but cross that bridge when it comes. Alright, so that should straight up just work now. So we've got this guy, cool, and we've got two little things that we can hover over. Epical. Now it's being pushed off the edge, which is a bit silly. A little bit silly, isn't it? Because it's going percent of parent. Now, it's thinking the percent of the parent. This is exactly what happened with the why the slider was broken and why the layout was broken. So I need to figure out what the fuck is happening here. Because I think it's like it's propagating up to think that this entire width is the percent of parent when it really isn't. So yeah, something to do with the spacer. Something to do with the spacer. Alright, let's think about this just from the start. Wind it back a bit. Make sure we're all good. So, with a spacer, what am I trying to accomplish? What am I trying to accomplish with a spacer? Well, I basically want to make it a row. First we want a row, and then we put the spacer in the row, right? Set next pref width is then gonna be like that should be at like 1, 0, right? Percent apparent, 100%, but we're gonna get squished. But for some reason that's not propagating down. Due to some quirk of what I'm doing here. I don't know why it's not propagating down. Ooh, maybe because by default it's got a strictness of 1. Money shot, okay. That makes a lot of sense, and that's exactly how it should behave. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. We almost don't even want to pass in defaults to force me to think about what I'm doing. Defaults should be fine. Okay, sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. So that should be all good. Awesome. I don't know why that's not rendering a display string there. That's a bit peculiar. Oh, that's probably rendering over the top, right? So it's not even showing? Yeah. Okay. Okay. We don't want to draw fill on these guys. Sorry, Phil. Not your day. We still want the active effects though, right? Yep. Oh, but the fill is the active effects. I tell you what, we can change that right fucking now. And that's what we're gonna fucking do. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I want to change the render real quick. Do fill shit. So we'll basically have a layer on top of things. So all the way down the bottom, we're gonna put a hover effects, stay effects. So go if box.flags at draw active effects. I could merge them into two. I don't really know why I'd need hot and active to be separate. In fact, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, should be right. I'll just put an ore here then. Draw hot. Alright, so what's it doing here? So we got the color, and we're timesing the fill color by warping between those. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna achieve the same effect with just overlaying. I wonder. Cull. So I'm gonna say, it's tricky because you kind of wanna. I don't really know what to do here. Like, it basically makes it darker, so if I put like a black box over the top, and then change the opacity of that black box to be this guy, except instead of that we'll go 0 to 0.5. Right, and we probably don't need 1 minus. Cull, okay, and we'll see how that goes. Cull. See how that goes. Okay. Yeah, it definitely changes things, but it's like, it's good enough, you know? At least now I've got opacity on it. So yeah, that's good enough for me. What I want to do now is basically have, we literally don't even have to have any symbols on here. I can just basically make it, tell you what. What I'm gonna do. Get rid of you. And I'm gonna put this in the middle. So this will be 1, and it'll get squished accordingly. And we'll call this label. Label. Pass down the name. Name underscore LBL. Put a label in the middle, right? And then these guys will change from %parent to em, say 1.5, strictness of 1. Yep. your box. Okay, and then the label is going to be the name of the box, and the current. And the hash of it is going to be... Fuck. That is messy. Very messy. I'll tell you what, we just do the same trick as before. So we got the name, right? Assuming that's got the full fucking hashing and everything. We'll just pass that down. And then afterwards, we'll set a display string. Which will be this guy. Display string from box, and then the current. Yup. Alright, and then this will be name underscore label. There we go. What a fuckery. What a fuckery round. So that should be decent. There we go. Alright, so we got the font size in the middle, right? And then to each side, we've got buttons to increase and decrease. Which I can also just go... We can draw text on both of them, right? And go send underscore left. Set a display string for it as well. Awesome. And we'll want to center those. So actually we'll want to center everything, so we'll just go push text justify X center. Without the caps, without screaming. Alright, then we got the center. That's sweet. Alright, now let's actually do the functionality. So, if leftsig dot clicked, then okay, we'll go current res. So we'll go the current, then current res plus equals, or take away equal 1. And then this guy will be the opposite. So now we should be able to adjust that. Nope. Gotta pass that. Moment of truth. Now that is fucking sick. It's no slider yet, but that's okay. That is just what I'm after for now. Like, it's good enough to get the job done, you know? And easy enough. I don't need to like min or maxes or any clamping or anything. It'll just work. So ideally, I want to get that, yeah, I'd say, yeah, down to about like 20. Would be a nice default. Cool. The text is getting very sussy at this size. That's because I need to fix some stuff with how the sampling's working. It's not lining up on the texels properly, and it's oversampling. What a fuck shit. Actually, you know, let's just put it as 24 for now then. Okay. So, why did I want to do that? I can't even remember why I wanted to do that. Oh, right. I just wanted to shrink it down so it was less intrusive. And what I'm also going to do, real quick, is basically have the height be a size by children. Okay. Sick. Alright, now that is fucking awesome. Now we're getting real functional. Oh, look at that, mate. That is fucking sexy. Alright. Now we're cooking. So I basically want to figure out now what I want to do now is dial in the LUTs. So when it's like at 0, I kind of want it to, I guess that's kind of good enough, but when we hit sunset, it's probably not coming in hard enough, you know, like it should be a lot earlier than that. So all that really involves is me changing the what exactly? Yeah. The LUT. The lookup table. Oh yeah. Yeah, so, like I said here, hi future Andy. Wow. It's me. Ideally this would be editable visually somehow. Like you would have the keyframes and you'd be able to, you know, drag it around on a graph or some shit. But that's kind of a bit beyond my pay grade at the moment. I also cannot be fucked. So, I'm thinking. We could basically throw this in the editable thing, the debug config, and tweak it that way. I don't really know how to do arrays, but I guess we can use that as an excuse to figure out how to do an array real quick. Could be cool. So I'm gonna plonk that in debug config and see if we get anything fishy happening. I'm pretty sure it'll still work. So we go st.debug config.lets. Yeah, that's looking like it's still good over there. Cool. Sick. So it's not going to work. Alright, so it's an array. It knows it's an array, which is good. And then we can just kind of like basically recursively go through it and dump out what we need for it, I guess. How am I going to do that? Oh, let's just head back to the good old trusty debug thingamajig. Okay, so in the edit struct, we want to do a case for arrays dot array, and I probably want to abstract this into its own thing, so that way we could just like recursively look through the array. Anyway, let's figure out like what's in the array type. You know, like what is it? What it do, bro? What it do? How can I look into it more? So let's just pull a cheeky. 961. Okay. So we got the lots. We got the type, which is an array, right? Don't know how I'm gonna look into this. It's not giving me anything on. Like it is giving me the element type, but it's just saying struct, and I don't really know how to probe further. I guess I could go something like. Get like element info. So I would say it dot yeah, I don't know how to get it. Don't know how to get it. It's got the type, right? It's got the element type info. It's just, I don't know how to get the actual type from that. I'm sure there's a way. Well, there's a will. Bit annoying. Don't really know what to do here. I wonder if I can somehow get like the type from the offset. I don't really know. Type info struct. Name. Source struct. Type info struct. And I think that would give me something. So we go it dot, what was it? Type info array dot, here we go. Okay, okay, array type is right here. Okay, cool. Okay, so dot element type, and that'll give us the type info on the thing. Okay, so dot element type. It dot element type. That'll give us the struct that we're putting in, and then in the struct we basically need to loop through the members again. So element members, I'd say. Maybe something like that. I don't know. I don't know, bro. Type info struct member. Type info struct member. Member dot type dot element type. It's getting unruly. Okay. And then we need to cast that to a type info array. Maybe dot element type. No. Not quite. I don't really know how to do this. I don't know how to get it back to its fucking parent or whatever it is. Its child. Aside from like this, which isn't that elegant, but it'll probably work. Type info array. trying to do this part. Let's focus on this. I wonder if that will work. I guess let's find out. Element type. Okay, getting somewhere. Element type dot type should be struct. Yep. Element type dot fucking love this track. Alright, so we've got array info, right? So it's a struct. Alright, so we got dot element type, right? So now we're in here. Ah, and then we got the members and shit. Cool. Awesome. So then we can just loop over the dot members. Hello. Array info dot element type dot members. Element type dot members. So now it's a struct. Type info array, say element info. Array info dot. God, I fucking hate polymorphism. Oh god. Array info dot element type dot members. Yes? No, that can't be right. Dot members. And then dot element type is what I'm on. Yes. And then we go element info dot members. There we go. God, that was fucking cumbersome. String and a float. Exactly what we wanted, baby. Let's go. So basically just going into that big old fucking thing and then loop down. Ideally what we want to do is like loop down until we find the base units that we can actually work with. And just like recursively edit struct, right? Yeah. Like, it's a bit excessive, but you know, do it once, then I can debug all different types, you know? It's a bit complex, but that's okay. Like, this is the most complex scenario, is it's an array of structs of like yeah, it's an array of a struct. Like, this is the most complex case that I will probably ever have. But it's still fucking annoying and I don't want to deal with it right now. So we're just gonna fucking bench it for the time being. To do. Continue this. What is a good jumping off point? Basically, what I want to do is boil, recursively descend down to the root base. What do you call them again? Primitives. Case.struct. Recursively do this thing. Recurse down to the base primitives with the struct. So basically for the alright, well that's this. So for a struct, basically want to go element info, you go I'll leave that there. Right. So that should be a good jumping off point when I come to do this again in the future. But for now, I'm just going to fucking ignore it because I can't be bothered. I wanted to do that so I could like dial in this, because then I could display the table and then I could like slider in the table to make it feel better, but I'm just gonna do it manually. Really, the only issue here is I'd say the dusk is coming in a little too late. Ideally, we'd want to tweak these, but not everything is perfect. Okay, what's dusk lots. Wonder if I change that to that. Is that gonna fix things? That's going to exacerbate them. So let's go to 4.5. Or I have to fucking turn them on. Oh god. think we might have been right. The other one? Maybe? Keep going to turn it on. Okay. There we go. That's feeling a lot better. Wrap around to 0, and the sun rises. Okay, that's feeling decent. Although the moon, like this, just doesn't really feel correct. But you know, it is what it is. Like that feels like it's like the other side of dawn ain't feeling good. So that's supposed to be at 1, right? So we could put this down as 0, maybe? Make the morning go instant. So that's the morning. Night. And then we're back to morning. Cool, glad we're getting a bounce check, buddy. Thank you, thank you. Don't remember asking. Alright, so that's the morning. Rise. Midday. Bro, stop giving me a fucking bounce check. I don't care. Time's gone off. Right back, boys. Howdy, bro. I'm back. What was I doing? No idea. I tell you what, though. All right, I was dialing in some shit, mate. All right, we good? Volume. Oh, forgot one thing. Brain FM. Come back. Come to Papa. All right. Took a little bit of a break, got myself a coffee. Let me get stuck back into it, baby. Okay, so what I was doing is dialing in the keyframes of how the lights will look at night, right? I feel like I've done a pretty good job. The game will boot up just like this, right in the morning, mate. In fact, we probably want to start somewhere right off around there. So I'd say we start smack bang on 60 and we call that the middle of the day. Or the start of the game. Something like that, mate. Something like that. Alright, so that's just going to be another constant. Day, cycle start time. Is that it? Yeah, mate. Yeah. Gonna start it on 60, mate. Start on 60 for ship. Okay. I'm not going to excuse myself. Oh, I forgot. This banger is playing. Crank it. Crank it. Like Soldier Boy. How about I didn't just fuck with the volume? Come on, give it to me. favorite. Can there be a better drumming pattern than 4 on the 4? No. No. There cannot. Alright. Fuck. Just got me a fatal link error. How dare you? How dare you, mate? Not be able to rebuild the game and reload live whilst I've got an instance running. Is that too much to ask for? I fear that I may have fucked with the volume levels too much now. This is my normal talking voice. Yeah, it's a bit fucked, isn't it? Just down a little bit. Alright. Okay. Enough dilly-dallying. So I would say we cross that bad boy off the to-do list. Dial and Lutz, done. Next up, conditional monster spawning. So that's gonna be fucking piss easy. Right here, we literally just wrap it in an if statement. Tick on app frequency. I don't like that. Yeah, I guess it, is it frame independent? Refresh rate independent? Frame count, percenting with refresh rate times the frequency in seconds. Yeah, should be good, mate. Should be good. Right now, I'm being absolutely evil, and I'm just forcing VSync on, and we're just taking it the monitor refresh rate, which feels good enough for me for the time being. Might want to make it more robust in future, but I'm just gonna leave it there. So we basically go if is nighttime. Is night. That should be good enough for me, mate. Just purchase a license? No, get out of here. Hey, then I'll just slip it in here somewhere. Day cycle update. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, here we go. Right in here is nighttime. So it's basically going to go like get time cycle alpha. If it's greater than 0.5, I'd say get time cycle alpha greater than 0.5. I think that's legitness. We'll see, mate, we'll see. Okay, so we'll disable the lights. Sweet. Alright, so now I gotta get the gobbies spawning back in again. So we gotta set you back to whatever the fuck you were. Max monster count. Which I'm gonna put you in our thing. That's right. You're going in the gamer hole. Debug config dot max monster count. Oh yeah. max monster count. Int 10 by default. Alright, so now let's get rid of that being false by default. I ideally would like to serialize these out to disk, so that way when I change it in game, it just is a thing, right? But anyway, so max monster count is 10, which is all good. Now, when we go and the sun sets, gobbies should start popping in. Look at that. They're here. Run, boys, run. No. We're gonna get fucked by gobbies. Oh no. Gotta kill them all. Now if we just like, oh god, this is horrifying. This is horrifying. Please no. If we just just boop that up to like fucking 30. No. Oh no, no. Somebody help me. Oh no, there's too many. Oh no. Can't catch me. Oh. Alright, well. Rest in peace. So that's feeling pretty good to me. That feels like a good little commit point right there. I've not committed in a year, I swear. What do we got? I want to make sure that's been tracked by the LFS. Yes. Good boy. Okay. Git commit. Did lots of stuff. None of that, man. None of that. Actually, to be fair, I did do lots of stuff. So it is accurate. We just got to put a smiley face at the end. There we go. I actually just can't remember what I did, so there we go. Up you go. Up you go. Sweet. Alright, well that is going off the to-do list as well. Goodbye. We probably want some kind of like despawn behavior during the day, or like they get set on fire or whatever, kind of like Minecraft, and they just fucking die. I don't know. That's actually such a good way of doing things now that I think about it. Like the day comes and then the monsters just get set on fire. That's not just 5-head, bro. Alright. So, that's the proper day night cycle done. I'm just gonna fucking cross that whole thing off. There we go. All of that just to get to this point and continue to keep moving. Because like Miley Cyrus once said, it's the climb. That's a paraphrase, but should get the point. What next? So I think what I want to do now is, well, first of all, let's just fucking get this hand socket thing back in properly. So to do that, I'm thinking we put it in the res? Yeah. Well, what I want to do is, real quick, just go through all of these guys and get rid of them. I want to go to the world and just chuck in a sword, just to bootstrap that guy in. What we got here? Get rid of these. Goodbye. Ground items. Okay, we'll get rid of those as well. Get rid of you. So much dead code. I want Mr. Swordy. Thank you. Alright. So, I need to get the sockets for the hand back in, the metadata for that, so this actually gets transformed properly. Now, I can't remember where I had it. I think I had it in, like, I don't know, resource? Maybe it's in here somewhere. No, maybe render. Probably not. I said I remember I stored the old metadata somewhere. I can't remember where. I cannot remember for the life of me. Where would it have been? Maybe I put it in the graveyard. Yeah, there it is. Alright, sweet. Good old graveyard. So what I basically want to do is get this and put it into, so like specified in this format somehow. I'm not too sure how I'm going to do that, but I'll figure it out. Basically, it is, so this is like 8 in length for the walk, right? So the frame count's in here. I could literally slip it straight into here, but that feels a bit sussy. A bit Amogus sussy. I don't really see a different way of doing it though. It makes sense. This is where the metadata goes. Alright, fucking open her up, mate. Open her up. Alright, how's this gonna get specified? We'll say pivots? No. Sockets. Sockets. Oh, but we're probably gonna want more sockets in the future, like the armor and shit. Alright. Stop thinking about the future. Think about the present. We're just gonna do it this way. Sockets. It's called hand sockets then. Easy win. Hand sockets, and this is just going to be an array, like a big old collection of stuff, right? And since it's Metadisk, it doesn't really matter what format it's in. Basically just gonna say, hey, this is all the hand sockets. And each of these is like a transform. So we'll say, oh yeah, this is tricky. This is a bit twicky. Like this is a transform. That's position. This is rotation. So like -5, 10. And that's like the first socket on the first frame. And then we go next. And then list off the next one. And so on and so forth. Not the most robust thing. But it should be fine. Like we'll basically look at this node, we'll say, hey, what's up, bro? I'm expecting a vec2 and a float right here. That's what I want from you. And that should be good. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see, bro. We'll see. So that's that one, and then yeah, we're just gonna keep listing them out. So I'm gonna pull all of these guys into up into here, just for now. We'll just list them out one by one. Okay, 6, 11. I painstakingly handcrafted all of these, by the way. It was not fun. Hand dialed. Hey. A little bit of elbow grease. Always gets the job done. I'm honestly kind of tempted to like format this differently. I don't know. Formatting shit like this is weird. This is like, bro, what, you want me to do this? Like, come on, bro. I could like. I don't know. Yeah, this is the best way I can think of doing things for now. Data is data. Okay. So we got. Definitely gonna fuck this up. No, I'm just gonna make all of these 0. And then we'll know which ones we need and which one we don't. Okay. So I will. This is the idle. Okay, so it should be pretty easy to test with. So we'll just list these out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's exactly how much it's expecting. Cool. So I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. Maybe like, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then I'm gonna work on the format, like actually parsing it. Should be relatively easy. Just go into the resources. And in the textures, let's do some shit. These guys right here. Alright, what's the actual data? Nader. Config. What was it? Res. Gotta make sure I comment these up. It is a transform. Okay. Transform, hey? What we got? MD find node with string. Probably do that. Hand socket node. Put this up here and where are you? Okay, hand underscore sockets. Pass in the node. And basically going to traverse this now. Which I'll go for... and sockets node dot first child. So first child, we are going to just log these guys and see what is in here. It.str. Let's point out wise. It.str and then MD string. What are you? Speak, peasant. Okay. Nothing. Really. Where is this coming from? Oh, this is the sound stuff. Let me silence the fuck out of that real quick. Goodbye. I mean, it's not looking like there's anything there, which is interesting. Probably doing it wrong. Hand sockets. That does exist, right? Hand sockets. Yes, it does. Debug time. Alright, so we're in resource.j at 208. Alright. Where the idle hand sockets node should exist. It does exist. Okay, cool. Now, first child is null, which is kind of weird. First child, first child? No. Interesting. First child. No. I mean, it's got flags and shit, like it's not a null node. First child. Next? Also null? It's kind of weird. Why are these null? That's what I want to know. Hand sockets. First child. Like, this is the array here. But it's like, it's just not showing fucking the strings? Which is kind of weird. Like, what's up with that? I don't know. Oh. Okay, interesting. Oh, this is a pain in the ass. Pain in the fucking ass, mate. So, child 1 goes into this, and then you go the child of that, and then you got this, and then you got the next. And it's just, it's fucking, it's annoying, bro. It's annoying. What I kind of want to do is just like pass in types. Like for example this. Just say that. And then this, you just go V2. And this, just be float. That way you can just search for the V2 straight away. That could work. We'll see. So hand sockets, and then you go first child, TRS, right? So now, oh, this is a TRS. Let's interpret it as a transform. So if it's a transform, then we know that if we go into the first child of the transform, we're going to get a V2. And then if we go into the next, we're going to get a float. And if we go into the first child of V2, we're going to get, you know, the fucking numbers and shit. That's probably a good way of doing things. Just actually have some kind of semblance of type safety in quotation marks. So it's easier to look at. Traverse. Let's see if that still be good. Like, I'm sure that'll be fine. It's kind of a weird format, but efficient. Okay, so we got the hand sockets, and we got all the hand sockets, then we go first child. Right, we got Tyros, and if we go into the next one, we also got Tyros. Cool. Okay. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll do me, mate. That'll do me. Okay. So MD transform from key. Transform from node. Yet. So then the basic rule here is like this guy so from node is kind of like, alright, well, we're passing in the node that we want. We're not trying to search for anything, we're just passing in the node, and we are asserting that the node string, MD string, is equal to TRS. right? And if it's not, then it's like, yo, this ain't a transform, bitch. Yeah, should be right. Should be right. Now, how do I get the vector from this bad boy? I could basically go find. Yeah, we'll make it nice and easy, so you don't have to worry about order or anything. You just go MD find node with string. Find node with string. So that'll just recursively find what we're after. Say v2. Set existence. Maybe you don't want to vector, you know? Who knows? Vec. Okay. Or you could even go vector. Say vec. Wow. MD vector 2 from key. Eh? Even better. Node. Key is v2. There we go. So that'll be the vector. And then I'm guessing that recursively looks for it. Yes, it does. Okay, so we got the vec. What else? We want the rotation. MD float from key. Say F. Cool. And then scale, which could really be anything. Actually, to be fair, yeah, this is kind of like a scuffed thing. Like, what if the V2 is a scale and you're doing the one end that... Who fucking guess? Who fucking guess, bro? I don't care, bro. Look, get me out of here, man. Transform. TRS is equal to make transform. Vec. Rot. And scale will be default. Vec rot. Yeah. And then we return TRS. Transform to, baby. So you just go MD transform from node. Bada bing, bada boom. We get a crash. Oh yeah. Let's go. What do we got? You lied to me. You're a liar. Huh.
Filthy little hobbities.
Why are you lying to me? Hand sockets. Hand sockets. First child. TRS, you fucking piece of shit, mate. What are you talking about? Apparently that's not the same as this, which is weird. Node, 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 node. Nude. Nude. Back up one. And why is it this guy? Why do we have two its? That's what I want to know as well. Oh, I think I know why. I think I know what's going on. So basically, in Jai, you can do some fuck shit, which I'm not sure I entirely like, because it's just been nothing but trouble for me. But maybe because I'm just bad at programming. Could also be true. You can do 4 expansions. but I've done this wrong. I'm not taking in the name. Where is the for expansion? Meta help us. Right here. Right here. So I'm exporting this. Which is a bit of a no-no. I kind of need to export it. Like this should be change the name of it. But yeah, I mean, if I guess if I change this to like and socket, like that should work. But I think it's just grabbing the old it, up it. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck going on, man. Actually, I have no idea what's going on. Like that shouldn't even work, right? Because there's no fucking... I'm not even exporting that. Like, it's like... I don't know what I'm doing, dude. I don't know what... Nested for expansions. Don't know how to do them without dying. So I'm gonna make these not be shit. And just back it up a bit. So we're gonna assume that... I don't know. So we're just gonna assume that we're using it for that. And then now when I wanna like... I don't know. Maybe that's not even the issue. Maybe I'm just fucking dumb. Very real possibility. Hand socket. Hand socket is null. Wait, it. 816. Yeah, definitely different spots. Hand sockets node dot first child. First child. TRS next. Oh, of course, because we're eventually just hitting a fucking wall. Alright, I take it back. I'm just fucking stupid. Of course. Because we don't have the whole format laid out like this. Now that shouldn't crash. Sweet. Alright. And we are reading in the transform. That's the first transform. We're getting it. I think. -5, 10, 10, 1, 1, which is the scale. -5, 10, and 10. -5, 10, 10, and 10. Yep, cool. Sick. Alright, well that's working. Albeit scuffedly. Very scuffedly. This is a banger. It's new. We like it. Okay. So that should give us our hand sockets now. Index. If we do, like we kind of want to assert it index is less than the res dot frame count, right? Let's make sure we get the right number of things, and then if we like, ooh, actually, what we probably want to do is like go child MD count. What do we have? MD module metadesk. Child count from node. That's what I'm after. Child count from node. Count. So we basically just assert that the count is equal to the res.frame count, right? So that should give us like a hard assert on whether or not we're fucking things up. So the count is 8 and the frame count frame count is 10. Fuck is it 10? What? Why are you 10? Huh? You are 10. Oh, that was the walk I was looking at. Yeah, this is supposed to be 10. Okay, well, I just caught myself. Yay. That's exactly what we wanted. I'm glad I put that in. Otherwise, I would have been scratching my head for a while. Let's just like swap those around so that doesn't confuse me. Okay. Sweet. I really like this idea of just prefixing it with the type. I think that's probably going to be a good way of doing things. Okay, so and that should be the right count. No? Okay. I'll go fuck myself. Count is equal to 0. Huh? I fucked things up. Oh no. Somebody help. Good. I put it just on the wrong thing. Maybe. What the fuck am I doing? What am I doing wrong? Oh, we're not even finding the hand sockets node, which is a bit rough. Why are we not even finding that? That's weird. What is the res? What's the that's working. Now it's breaking on the walk because we don't have the right hand sockets on the walk, of course. It's gonna make us go through all these, isn't it? Yeah. So still, it is working. I probably want a better error message though. So let's go. So yeah, so we'll say percentage has frame count this, but socket count this. Print. So name, which is res.name, has frame count res.frame count, but socket count. So that should give us a better error. Yep, has frame count 8 but socket count 0. Awesome. A lot easier to read. Change this to be socket count. And it's really good that this comes back as like a nil node, like not a null node. It just makes things so much simpler. Like you don't have to do any null checks, you just pass it through and then you'll just get the kind of correct default value, which is 0, even though it's not even finding the hand sockets node, it's not even like counting it, it's like, oh, what's the child count of the nil node? 0, you know? It's pretty cool, pretty cool. Zero is initialization. I think that's what it's called. I don't know. I think it's just like the pattern of having nil stuff. Alright, what do I want to do now? Now that that is out of the way, we basically want to dump the TRS into the thing. So we'll go resource, bookmark U. Hand sockets. Okay, and it's just an empty array. Cool. So we can just make an array, which is what I was doing in the old dump truck. So just go new array. Why is that weird? Anyway, so we just go res.handSockets is equal to new array with all this. So it's on the permanent allocator. Probably want to change this. Mark this with alloc. If I need to find all the allocations, I can. I don't know. Probably want to change this eventually because I want to be able to like hot reload the sprites and shit. The data. That's right. Alright, frame count. So we got res.frameCount. This has all been changed to lowercase. It's so weird. Sweet. Okay, awesome. So we should have that data coming in. So let's fill it in to make sure we're good. Just gonna copy this down here. Alright. Let's deal with all these guys first. They're all just -6. -6. All of the rotations are -20. And then it's just the height that changes. So we'll go 11, 10, 9 3 times. There. 9, 9, 10, and then 11 for the rest. 10. And then... Come on, bro. Let me go into insert mode. It's kind of dog, bro. Fine, I'll do it manually. Silly little goose. Actually, no, I won't. Come on, give it to me. 11. Alright, so, if that works... okay, we just need to skip that assert real quick. Or have a way of doing it. So we could go... we could basically say... if is nil, hand sockets node. We'll say if it's not nil, then we're trying to grab some sockets and shit, right? I'd like to overload that, because that is what I do. MD helpers. Is nil. Node. MD node. And then it's just going to be an alias for the MD nil. Node is nil. Node. It's because it's easy to remember. Bang. Sexy. Alright, when we pick up the sword, it should go in the hand. Or not. That's okay. I'll go fuck myself. That's because we're not filling it properly. Okay, so if we go res.handSockets at it index is equal to TRS. When we pick up the sword, I mean that's as like close enough, right? Why the fuck are you upside down? Come on, bro. What are you doing, bro? Come on, man. Did I get the rotation wrong? Something like that. What did I do wrong? Negative 20. Oh, I think what I was actually doing. No, that should be fine. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. I guess we probably should make sure that we're getting the right value on the rotation. 216 resource. Bang, bang. TRS. Yeah, we're getting negative 20. Okay, strange. I might have been doing something after that. So I do remember I like changed something for it to be make it feel more intuitive in my brain. I think I like literally just flipped it, but I don't know where I did that. So it's kind of strange. But is it literally like 180, like a complete flip? Yeah. Strange. Well, the Y just isn't flipped. Actually, it's just not having any rotation at all. That's the issue here. No rotation. Why is that? Why is that? Well, let me just double, triple check that we are actually getting the rotation. So hand sockets, TRS, right? We got the rotate in there. There is a rotate in there. So every single one of them, it's saying, yo, rotate me -20 or suffer. So now, why isn't that happening? I don't know, let's check render. Let us check render. Refactor for the love of God. Love it. Love it. Like from memory, it's just being attached to the player. So like when it is none of this is a thing, okay. Where the fuck are you? Search for held item stuff. Here we go. Okay. Is there something in here? 3727. Something in here. So target offset TRS is being set to what we want it to be. Getting a -20 of rotate. Alright. Checks out, checks out. Held sprite dot grip offset dot rotate is negating it. Word. Huh. Grip offset dot rotate on the held sprite. Held sprite, grip offset, rotate. Why U20? That's what I want to know. Like, in what world did I even set you? I didn't set you. So how fucking dare you assume that? Well, that was the other thing that I did need to change. Oh, it's the grip offset of the held item. And I think the default is probably 20. Maybe that's why. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I remember why I did that now. Okay, so that was another piece of metadata that I missed. The grip offset. So we'll just say items. Flint sword. Grip offset is equal to. In fact, I could use my newfound giant knowledge of this to try and match it to the member. That could be interesting. Anyway, so the grip offset, we'll just say now, is the grip offset gay? It's a TRS. Okay, interesting. Okay, so that's in there. Cool, cool. Yup. Alright. So. I want to take a look at the old config. 'Cause I don't remember where that even went. It's probably in the graveyard. No? Okay, I'll go fuck myself. Where even was it? It was probably in like config. That would make the most sense. Yeah, I don't know where it would be now. I probably just deleted it. Hmm. 4K lines so far. Not bad. Yeah, I'd like to say I just yeeted it. So, time to go dumpster diving through the Git history. Yay. Time to go diving. How do I look at the commits? I don't even know. Yep. Alright, go all the way back to implemented interaction. Item pickup improvements. Hold on, pivot, yeah, that's kinda what I'm after. Slash attack, that's probably exactly where I was at. Probably wanna go a little bit further though. Stab attack, yup. When did I do? Okay, I did the resource refactor 3 weeks ago, so just fucking going around here. So it'll be I'd like to say config. It'll just be in here. Yeah. Sweet. Alright. I'm going to paste this in here. Old config. So down in the items, like for the flint sword and the flint axe, I put grip fine-tuned grip offsets. So we got a translate of this and a rotate of -45. Rotate -45. Sweet. Okay, flint sword, and then the flint axe is similar, but -2 and 11. So that should be good. Now all I need to do is just look at the grip offset and read that in. Where do I do that? Down here. Yep. Okay. So res.grip offset is equal to MD transform from node I'll just find the node, so I'll go like MD find node of string grip offset node. Yep, and then we'll just go down one, so dot first child should give us the transform from node like that. Alright, and I want to basically have a optional assert. I probably need to do something about this whole thing. Figure it out later. Figure it out eventually. So she'll be alright. She'll be alright, mate. I'll just have default values. If not, alright. That should be quite alright now. Hey, look at that. Oh yeah. Ooh. I just gotta put it in front of the player. Which I can do. Held. Probably want to do it here. Like when we create a ground item, literally just bake it into this. So we go en dot z layer is equal to layer underscore items. Something like that. Bit messy. That's okay. So we'll put you right at 1, I'd say. Like 2. So then you're in front of the player. Oh yeah, look at that. Let's go. Now all that's left to do is port all of the other hand sockets. Yay! Kill me. I wanna die. So you got character walk, slash, stab, and punch. How can I make this faster? I could probably, yeah, I actually have no idea. Ideally, what I want to do is take this thing that I did earlier today, right? Which was the, what was it? Like, the editor struct, right? Like, just generate a UI editor for the struct. Take that and kind of like merge it with Metadesk. And then I've got some kind of like generalized way of storing things out on disk, but also editing them at the same time. I basically need a way of like editing this visually in the game, which could be interesting. Yeah, because like it can't really be Jai code, can it? I wonder if I like instead of using Metadesk, I could literally just use Jai. I probably could, eh? Like I'm probably just Metadesk is more like general. Like you'll just create whatever you want with it. Jai's got the limitations on the syntax. That's like hardly a bad thing. Because I kind of want the type safety on all this. And I kind of just want all these to be a struct. Like that's pretty much what I'm doing. I'm like adding metadata to the resource struct. And you can mark it up with like flags like this just by going at. But like the next question is how... You just store it in like a .jai file? And then you just write that? You read and write to and from Jai? Probably. Because if that were the case, then instead of doing this, I would just go back to doing this, which was just me making literals in Jai. Because you can read in some Jai and then get like the type info and like traverse that, which is basically what I'm doing right now with Metadesk, just more generalized. And if I only know how to do it in Jai, then I can do it for everything in Jai. It would definitely... Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm dipping into overthinking territory here. I don't know. I basically need a way of like consolidating this and just making it editable through here. Because if I make it editable through here, it's also like it's using the exact same like path as what I'm doing here with the debug config and everything, right? Which should be fucking awesome. I kind of want to look into that. Let's just try it out. Like, because that would just give us compile time checks. should be fucking sick. What? I don't know. Depends how we do it. So basically, what I want to do is like, we literally just want to create an array of resources, which is what we're doing here. But it'd just be a literal table. So anyway, I'm just gonna try. Just gonna suss it out. Just gonna suss it out for a little bit, you know. We'll call it test.jai. So let's say I want some resources. All right. Resource table. Because if I can crack this, then that would be fucking insane. That would be actually nuts. Absolutely nuts, bro. Alright, well let's just let's get this up and running then. So we'll say dot resource. Alright, so we'll just do that. Right? Like, this would be fucking insane if we could get this working. And I've got a sneaking suspicion. I've got a sneaking suspicion that this will be just fine. So the general idea now is like, how do we traverse this? And that's fine because we can just do it in Jai. But then the next question is, okay, how do we load this up at runtime, write to it, and save it back out? Like, are we gonna need to compile it into a DLL or some shit? Like, I have no idea. This is kind of going into hot reload territory. I think it would definitely be worth cracking. %, because then it would just consolidate all this shit. And then I could like really go hard on the tool stuff here. And just have it work. Like, that would be fucking nuts. Huh. Alright, well, what am I really trying to do here? What's the goal? Oh, we're trying to define these textures. So, in order to define these, what would we do? What would we do? What would we do, bro? Come on, man. Oh, we want to like match up the name. But the thing is, we kind of just append the ping at the end. Just a little sussy. Okay. The next question is, are these actual valid things? Or are these merely things that are copied across on init? I don't really know the answer to that. But for now, let's just fucking assume that we do know the answer to it and just keep going. So we'll say name is equal to char idle, and then we'll just fill out all the structs. So like frame count, offset, all this kind of shit, right? Which is in the resources, right? Yeah, yeah. So offset, frame count, all this kind of stuff. Frame count equal to 10. Play rate. That's just a float. 8. Like, I don't even know if do I change that when I load it in? What's the go here? No, I just dump it. I also like calculate the rect each time manually. This is kind of like a skeleton resource almost. Like, it's not actual data, but it's going to be used to create the actual table, I think. Like as long as we like define the format and keep it real, should be good. So what would the workflow look like then? Let me just get the offset in here for good measure. Offset 0, -8. Right. Okay. Cool. Now you can eat shit. Load this in. Construct table. And then now we've got it in memory. Now I've got the actual table. Right. Tweak to heart's content. Tweak dynamically. Tweak to heart's content via the actual data. Write data back out to this skeleton format. Load this skelly format in, and then construct the table. And now we've got the data, we can tweak it however we want via the fucking UI. And then we just write that back out to disk. So it's literally just, we're doing serialization. That's literally all it is. Which is, you know, pretty much exactly what we're doing here. It's just, I want to see if I can do it in the GI format. Like, we could really do the exact same thing here. It's just what exactly? It's the same amount of work. Like, it would be the exact same steps, just instead of like load this format in and write this format back out, it's load this format in and write this format back out. Same thing. And I've already got this, so I may as well stick to this. Now it's just a matter of like, okay, we've got the hand sockets in, right? Now I'm trying to create these, okay? So I'm going to go over to my trusty little UI editor. Look at, oh look, I have like a nice fucking array here. I'm gonna bang, 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 add some to the array. Click on it, position it in the world, figure out how to like line it up properly and rotate it and all that kind of stuff. And then once I'm done, save it out. It'll just dump out the array onto disk just like this, right? The next question then is, why does this have to be readable in the first place? Why not just do binary? Like, the only way this is useful, if it's readable, is if we're writing it out and we're typing it into here. Like, we could get the exact same effect and not have to worry about any of this shit by just dumping in a binary. But we'd have different issues of like formatting and padding and all that kind of shit. Like, oh no, what if we're missing this? We just read it wrong. I don't know. Like, why am I trying... Like, why am I having this in fucking text? Answer that question, and then we'll go from there. Why the fuck do I need this as readable text out on disk? Why not just have everything be binary and adjust it via the user interface? Good question. The structs themselves then become the format. Well, if we change the structs, then we're gonna break shit. But we could avoid breaking by prefixing with names in debug mode. And if we miss one, if shit isn't found, use defaults just like Metadesk. Yeah, this is looking a lot better to me. Why the fuck? Why was I trying to have it as a text format? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. What? Alright. I'm gonna go take a little bit of a break and come back to it. Alright, that's me done. See you next time.